Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. I am also off-center. I don't like being off center. Okay. Hi, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday. We're going to call this Monday for some of us who had a holiday that we didn't actually work yesterday. I did do some streaming on the creative channel. It was interesting. It's all over the place at the moment, and I feel very awkward doing it. So we'll see how that goes. And I guess some information right off the bat is I did finally get the call from FedEx to schedule the delivery, and it's going to be on Monday, and the hours they gave me are between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. So we'll still plan on a creative stream, but next week we'll do the same thing that we're doing this week, which is move Monday stream to Tuesday. I'll put it all in Discord, and yeah, we'll get the information together. Okay, anyway, hi TBD, great stream earlier. Hi Dukasoft, you were first today. Awesome. And hello C-Films. Glad to know you are doing great. I am doing a little bit overwhelmed, but we're gonna get it. Yeah, President Not Sure knows. So I don't know if you are... Do I want to start off with that? What a fun way to start off the stream. I'm just going to show my desktop so that we can start doing stuff. Are you being affected by any extra energies going on currently? Because it's been extra this entire week. No, I have different stuff that's making it a day for me. But I mean... Are they still things that wouldn't typically happen, except for this week happens to be a very interesting week? Okay, rebuild. Lots and lots of convergences. So, to talk about what we're doing today, though, we will do some more of the lab data import stuff. You're probably not as excited about that. I mean, I will say that I'm starting to get very, very weary and tired of it, because there's a lot of stuff that just isn't working the way that I thought it would up front. Like, I think I'm doing the right things for getting this checkbox to update correctly. I think that I'm setting it up in a way that's not going to cause re-rendering issues, because I'm mindful of when I call state has changed. I'm mindful of what is happening during each render cycle, like in this loop here, but apparently I'm not doing a great job at that. There are a lot of performance issues that I would love to address. However, on Friday, right at the end of my workday, so just after I ended the stream on Friday, almost literally 6 minutes after, in fact, I got an email about an issue that's going on in another one of the applications that we need to investigate. So President Not Sure is saying the client sent me an NDA that they insist I sign for a pending potential sale of the company, and said I have 1 hour. That isn't how you do business. I said I will take the time I need to understand it and have contacted my employer about it. True. Yes, you're doing it right. And if your client isn't being understandable, then they're doing it wrong. I support your decision for what you're doing. Yeah. Don't let them discourage you. We're here to encourage you. You are definitely making all the right. I mean, you most likely know, but I want to reinforce that I think you're doing this correctly. It's one thing to report all the open source components that we use. This is a legally binding document. Yeah. That's not cool. Okay, so let's talk about this other application that I know you guys have seen before and love. It's RTRAC. Which I think we're going to have to do this in the original app, because that's what's currently deployed. Dukasoft says, I'll read and take my time to understand what's written in that NDA before I sign anything. What a jerk. Yeah, seriously. You don't ever need to apologize for using different language than you usually use. This is definitely one of those situations that merits having a stern point of view. Not stern, a little bit more of a flustered point of view. And you're allowed to be flustered, and you're allowed to be annoyed by the situation. Oh dear. Here I am using foul language too. Oh golly gee. Jeepers. Floppy-eared biscuit needles. The last thing that I did in RTRAC was started converting it to Blazor app using .NET 6? .NET 6 or 7, I can't remember. However, because I got some issues going on during that process, I pulled in the existing MVC.NET Framework app that was only being source controlled using TFC, which is Team Foundation Control, by the way. I should have just said it from the beginning. I don't know why. And that was a different version control that Microsoft offered through, at first it was Visual Studio Team Services / if you have the local servers, Team Foundation Server, or what was then turned into Azure DevOps. But then they slowly phased out the use of Team Foundation version control. It's still in... No, I think the last time we checked, it wasn't an option to pick anymore for new projects. I was going to say that it's still an option to pick for new projects, but I don't think it is anymore. But I can still see all of my TFC repos. So for example, RTRAC, which is the app that we're looking at now. If we go into my files, we can see that I have this Team Foundation version control project in here, or repository, and then I have the GitHub version of it. I mean the Git version of it. Gosh. Calling a product by, calling a technology by the name of its probably first or second most popular product. Kind of like Kleenex. What is he getting at? Anyway, this is obviously .NET 6. .NET 6 or 5, I guess I should say. Let's see, .NET 6. Because of the project structure, that's how we can tell that pretty much right off the bat. Okay, so I was doing this development effort called Current Dev, and what I did for Current Dev was I pulled in the original application. How are you checked in when this thing says that these files are being added? Are we sure? What's going on here? What's going on? So here's my .NET Framework MVC application, and here is, what are you? An upgrade to .NET Core. What? I don't remember doing this at all. Anyway, more chat, 390 changes. Oof. Yeah. And it's saying that they're added files, but I have the original app up here, but it's saying that I'm adding it to the RTRAC Blazor solution or folder. And I should not be. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move that out. RTRAC.NET Framework. Open folder. I was going to be streaming from the new profile I created on this computer on yesterday. And the reason that I created that profile was so that I wouldn't have to worry about, whenever I open my Windows Explorer, you seeing any of the server names in my links in my map drives and stuff like that. So on that profile, I won't have anything like that. And so I'll be able to open my folder Explorer on screen. That way it doesn't seem like I'm doing so much stuff off screen. And you can participate by helping me see the things that I'm missing. All right, RTRAC. RTRAC Blazor. Yeah, here's the MVC project. What I'm gonna do is take the MVC project and move that folder. Is this packages folder new as well? No. Oh, actually the first thing that I'm gonna do is open the solution for RTRAC Blazor and remove the project reference. Wait, why is this different? Actually, I'm still gonna do that. Okay. Still gonna do that. I don't know what's going on. I am so confused by what I'm doing here. President Not Sure said, yeah, apparently the admin or whoever is unorganized, thus the short deadlines. Oh, as far as why the timeline stuff. I love the sounds in that program yesterday. There were some really cool presets in there that we found, but I think it's going to be a little bit smoother sailing. I will get into the flow of learning and creating sounds starting on next Monday. Should be fine. Should be good. Be okay. All right, so now I'm taking that folder, that MVC folder, and moving it into the original app folder. And I have no idea why there are three. Why are there three? Three versions. I'm guessing that the .mvc project is the .netf project. I'm just going to confuse myself more by doing this, but we're doing it nonetheless. Here's the RTRAC project. Okay, and to the RTRAC project, we're going to add. Excuse me. Oh, did I drag and drop the solution into the editor? No, you're supposed to open the solution. Dearest friend, why aren't you opening das solution? What is going on, Big Gamey? How are you doing? I need to turn you up because I have turned things down for the sake of the stream yesterday. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. The only thing that was missing for me to be able to stream on the new profile was Slipstream. Their PWA is not installable on, like, if you're trying to install the PWA for the first time, it now gives some errors. And so I have that Slipstream UI thing looking specifically for this window, which is Slipstream running as a PWA in the Brave browser at this size. But I realized that I could just create a browser source for Slipstream, but that also requires me to do the whole interact with it, because the session clears every single time that I close anything. So like if I was running it in Brave or Chrome or Firefox or whatever, it would be logged in and then it logs itself out after some amount of time. Yeah. So I have to log in every single time that I want to use it, is what I'm trying to say. And so I don't want to have to do that every single time that I open OBS. So I'd rather have it be an external PWA that I interact with. Because I don't know if you know, but interacting with a browser source in OBS is not a great experience. Okay, so what I am doing is I am adding references, not references, I am adding the actual projects themselves to this solution. Yes, Kirby on steroids. I mean on headphones. See, look, there's part of my server name. You don't need to see that. RTRAC, source RTRAC, original app, .NET MVC. Find out how this is different than the .NET Framework project. And add existing project. RTRAC.web, which was my original attempt to upgrade it to .NET Core 2.2, which tells you how long ago I tried doing this. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I did start the process on Thyrovius, but I didn't actually load the model. So it'll be loaded by the time you're done with your archery. Okay, so there is one major issue with the .NET Framework versions that's going to make this difficult to build, and it is that they are using NuGet packages for .NET Framework projects, which is handled differently. And so I need to add a local NuGet source for these to work. So if we look at the packages, it's not .NET Core. It's just saying that it's out of support. Like, I don't even care about this .web project, but it is specifically, I don't know how to see it in these anymore. Dependencies, packages. Armit's Connection Manager Core. No, these are going to be fine. The Armit's Connection Manager Core ones are fine. It's the framework versions that are going to be hard. Hey, Big Gamey, it's a beautiful day at the archery range. Your arrow nearly hit the target, but unfortunately just flew a bit too high by a graceful 4.624 meters. So, I was thinking of some custom t-shirt text stuff for the stream, and I was like, I don't really do anything that's super worth putting on a shirt. I don't have very many consistent sayings that I say, I guess, that are funny enough to be worn on a shirt, that I would wear on a shirt, I guess, because I'm mostly getting this for myself. But Automated Realms bot says quite a few interesting things, a lot of low-handed. Is this really you being polite and courteous, or are you just being, you know, underhanded, rude? You can't tell with Automated Realms. So I was trying to figure out if there's a way that I can shorten any of the things that it responds with typically. It's a fine line. Tell us a dad joke. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. That was actually a joke. That was actually a joke. What in the world? It never tells good jokes. Or dad jokes. Not necessarily good. Why do seagulls fly over the sea? Because if they flew over the bay, they would be bagels. That one is kind of funny though. I'd never heard that one before. I'm usually not in the dad joke scene other than other people's streams and Dukabot. And Dukabot likes to use the same joke, or It's not that Dukabot likes to, it's that the dad joke API likes to give back the same joke. So I don't blame Dukabot. Not in the least bit. Okay, so I've added those, and now we're going to open up the RTRAC Blazor solution, and we'll update the reference that was added there. Are you opening in community though? I think I might have accidentally tried to open that in community. Two dad jokes, one from Dukabot and one from Otherbot. Dukabot says, "Did you hear about the new restaurant on the moon? The food is great, but there's just no atmosphere." See, it keeps pulling the same one. And it's like, we want a new one, dad joke. You should keep a cache of which ones you've sent to this requester. And send a different one. Like BotGamey. BotGamey is super smart. BitGamey likes to do things like, you know, we've already seen that. Let's get something different. You can add your own on that site though. Have you added your own? Otherbot says, "Did you hear about the bread factory burning down? They say the business is toast." Toast. See, it's timing too. This is the second time Otherbot has told a bad form joke. An insensitive joke. Otherbot knows what's going on too. It's not like it's oblivious to the current events. Even I know about current events, and I'm not one to keep up with current events. So I really do send out love and support, and have been trying to help out where I can, which is not very much. It's just monetarily, of course, because I'm not a physical doing stuff person, but I'm sending support, grocery runs, all that stuff for helping out communities that are affected by the wildfires in California. So hopefully that is somewhat helpful to somebody somewhere, at least one person, I hope. All right. Okay, back to Git. RTRAC. I guess this is going to be bad because I didn't, not Git. Yeah, this opened in community. Dagnabbit. That's fine. I'll reopen it in a second. Original app. Yeah, I really don't. I just want to open in its own. You know what? We're just going to remove the reference to any of the originals. And what we're going to do instead is, if I need to reference the original, I will just open the solution for it. I don't want those projects to be in this solution. Even though I build the specific projects that I need to build for deploying in the pipeline, I don't build the solution all the time. I mean, in most cases, the solution only contains the projects that are going to get deployed and published, but I still like to target the correct project. Mars is here. Hello, Mars. Mars says, "Someone's weather is drunk and in my yard. It's 24 degrees in north central Texas." It's probably Colorado's weather. We were at feels like -22, I think Anders said on BitGamey's stream yesterday. And I hadn't really checked the weather. I haven't been outside. I did look outside and I guess it looks cold. I do need to go to the mailbox someday. I think it's been about 2 weeks since I've checked my mail. Anyway, so I guess I need to go outside. But yeah, sounds like it is pretty cold in Colorado and in Texas, like relatively cold to what you're used to. Texas. Okay, I don't know why you are not organized, why everything is in the .blazor folder. That's really odd. Shared libraries, client. which goes in WASM, server, which goes in WASM, shared libraries. I think I missed with one of the shared libraries. And UI, component libraries, and server rendered pages. Okay. So we aren't going to do anything with the actual Blazor project. We are going to be working only in the .NET framework / whatever, whichever one of those is the current one that's deployed. I'm pretty sure it's the .NET framework project, but yeah, reorganized projects. Commit, save, and pull. Cool. Repository is up to date. There were no changes to pull from my most recent RTRAC dev stuff. So we're going to look in here. Mars says 5 months ago it was over 100. We're not supposed to get that hot and this cold. Pick one. And only one. Not in the same year either. All right. So the issue is that the user is trying to import a certain text file for air canister samples and they're getting an error, but there aren't any obvious errors. Not sure how to proceed. Okay, so what we need to do is run the application. And the way that we're going to do this is we're going to find out. I don't even know how to find out which project is deployed. Yes, I do. We're going to look at the pipeline and see what it deploys. We're not going to be able to tell because... No, we're good. All right, what files did I change? The RTRAC production RTRAC path, which is both the .NET Framework and the .NET Core projects, but which one is the one that got released? RTRAC Blazor, obviously. That's the only release pipeline I have, which means that I was manually deploying. How am I supposed to know? What am I doing to myself? Log into the server. Which one of you guys is our production IIS? This one, because that's our test database. Right. What? But yeah, so while I'm waiting for this to load, the stuff that I ran into this morning was that there's a whole bunch of performance issues as far as the data, automated roams, data import utility. So when you pick a file and you drag and drop said file, that is currently nowhere. What I noticed is because I was doing so much switching between Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly, right, speaking of Blazor WebAssembly, I need to see if I can fix this by adding the same CS proj change to the .client project. So anyway, when the table loads and I refresh or I make a change to CSS, it completely lags the computer itself, not just the site, but the entire computer. So if I'm watching multi-stream or even just one Twitch stream, it'll lag and it'll do the loading. And if I am in any other browser and I'm trying to move the mouse around, it goes. It just keeps skating around my screen and I'm like, So I want to figure that out. Disfortunately, I don't know what it is. What's the WoW for? The WoW is for the extreme temperatures. Okay, I'm logged into the server and you're going to tell me whether you are running as a .NET Core or .NET Framework by checking the, what are you guys called? Application pool. And so the application pool for RTRAC is .NET CLR v4 integrated. But wait, does it? Oh, I don't know if I can use the CLR to know. Or maybe I can. I don't know. How can I tell what flippin' version a deployed site is running on IIS? Can I just check the folder and see it somewhere in there? Last time this was deployed was September 21st of 2021. And if I look at, there is no global.asax in .NET Core, right? Okay, so that's one way that I can tell. I have a global.asax and I see that we are running Target Framework 4.7.2. Good. Okay. Which means that it is not the MVC and it is not the web, but it is absolutely this one. So I'm going to put that one in current production. All these upgrade attempts. That way, at least I have them organized in some way that's not going to completely confuse me, at least in the solution. I'd have to open up the solution to see that. Okay, thank you, server. You are dismissed. Shut down. Wait. Have any of you ever done that? Logged into a server? This would have been back in the day when you used to log into servers. And instead of logging out of the server, you shut it down. And you took down the production site. I see you. Okay, that said, I don't think you're going to be able to build until we add the package source, the local package source that has my NuGet packages for the RTRAC. This is very dangerous now that I think of it. I'm not going to double click, but this here, where there are no user secret there. I could be wrong about this, but when I was doing .NET MVC applications in .NET Framework, there was no secrets. And so what we had was web.config and web.release.config. And in web.config, you have your developer environment, development environment settings. And then in web.release, you have your overrides for your production settings. So I currently have hard-coded in these files the server names for the databases and their connection information, including login credentials, checked in to the repo. These need to not be .NET Framework anymore. Oh, by the way, Bitbucket is hard down, and that literally brings work to a standstill for me. Yes, let's open those on stream. Let's test out how good NoDocs is. Last time I did that, I didn't actually have NoDocs installed on the browser that I was showing on screen. And I entirely showed all of our passwords. And then the time before that, or the time after that, I was like, okay, I'm just going to open application.json or appsettings.json because there's never any secrets in there. And for whatever reason, I had copy and pasted from secrets into app settings. And so I exposed my password that way. It was great times. It's only as good as the user. It says making mistakes hard, and it means it makes hard mistakes. And it helps us make hard mistakes. Oh my gosh. Anyway, Thindle made an amazing plugin. I love using it. It's a good plugin. You should check it out if you do any kind of presenting in front of people, and you might potentially expose your secrets in Visual Studio. Okay, so point is we still need to look through the code to figure out what's going on with the air quality samples. The biggest issue is that I have no idea what the process is for doing an air quality sample. The entire time that I've been working on these applications, they have never needed to upload an air quality sample results. It's always been water or soil. And the air quality stuff has a complete, I don't know if it's completely, has a very different process than the soil and water samples. You get local. A fart sample. Exactly. Like, how do you even capture that? Do you have a hose? And then how do you prevent that hose from sucking in other air other than what you're targeting? This air was sampled from airspace location. X, Y, Z. At an altitude of. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a restore option. Rebuild or restore, right? No. Oh. Let's take out those other ones from the build as well. We'll do just the, oops, dang it. I meant to copy the settings from debug. How do you delete profiles? Oh, hold on 1 second. I need to take this. Awesome. So the thing that was scheduled for Monday is now scheduled for Thursday. Which is not a streaming day, which means that we don't have to change the streaming schedule next week at all. Weird. Okay. What is going on here? If we check our output, it's going to tell us that it could not find the NuGet package for RTRAC RMA Connection Manager. So again, this is not, oh dear, this is so dangerous. So this is going to be one of the first things that we do when we're done with this process is we really need to get RTRAC over to Blazor. Even if it's the exact same UI, I just want it over in Blazor. It's going to be crazy. Browse package sources all, and we're looking for RMA connection manager. And it is here, and currently we have version 2.0.8, and this is specifically in the .NET framework. Okay, so if I go into that folder that we saw, which was repos RMA enterprise, file share, NuGet local. Okay, did I actually point it to NuGet local? Yes, I did. And in here we have connection manager 2.0.9. I don't have 2.0.8 in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab 2.0.8. Hopefully, if it still exists. I mean, supposedly it exists in my feed, but only 2.1.3 versions. Here we go. Yes, 2.0.8 does exist in the feed. So maybe we can remove this, uninstall, and then remove our NuGet local. And refresh. We should be here. Okay. Oh my guy. Please, please, please. Okay. Okay. It installed. And now can we restore? Come on. Come on. Kamehameha. Son of a person. Did not find namespace. RMA connection manager. Oh. No. That should be right. RMA connection manager. I don't want to use a newer version because I think that there were issues. I mean, we'll try anyway. Give me the latest. I didn't put major version updates on them, so it should be fine. It didn't install. Okay, why not? Install failed. 2.0.8 already exists. Okay, let's go to this folder and clear it out. Aw, thanks, says BitGamey. Thank you for shouting out BitGamey. BitGamey is a fantastic game developer, personality, and all-around wonderful mind-body spirit complex. I am not going to call you guys human anymore because I don't know if all of you are. So I'd rather be inclusive and just call you mind-body spirit complexes. All right, where is my RMA connection manager? Yes. Sus. I still call you a personality because you do have a personality, and I rather enjoy your personality. I think you are an amazing personality. Regardless of whether it is your normal persona or one that you put on only for the stream, but I have a feeling it's the former. It's how you are in everyday life, and I love that. But even if it isn't how you are in everyday life, I still love the way you present on your stream. I'm looking for a new love, baby. WYSIWYG! So yes, absolutely. You are a WYSIWYG. I need a folder. Somebody give me a folder. Here, how about the back folder? We need to get back. We're going to steal RMA connection manager. We're going to uninstaller, uninstaller. Make sure that there is no RMA connection manager in the packages folder. I should have used this though, Dukasoft. I completely forgot about it. So when Dukasoft asked me whether or not we can play the Lee song on the creative stream, it was perfect usage for it. I just don't have an easy way to bring it up. It's the .NET Framework target. So can I use 2.1.1? I'm just going to keep going until we find one that we can actually install. Nope. 2.0.9? That kind of looked like a no. Man. Oh my gosh. This is one of those situations where it's like, wouldn't it just be easier to convert the entire object to .NET Core, or the entire project to latest.NET? But no, it would not, because there are some .NET Framework libraries that I am depending on that cannot be used. Plus, the way that I'm using the database connections is very different in .NET Framework than the way that I do it in .NET Core. So no, it would not be as easy. Summon a biscuit. Okay, so we were able to install 2.0.9, which updated our packages folder. And if I try to build now, then we still get errors. Why? So don't get it. We are referencing the NuGet package. Do I even have this project still in our connection manager repo? Not at all. And that's Entity Framework 6. User management. Local copies of 2.0.7 and 2.1.2. CS Proj says that we're running 4.7.2. I don't know what to do. Just delete everything and start over. Can I get it to build? But I mean, it's called RMA Connection Manager, and if we look at Conman, we can see that there's an RMITS Connection Manager. RMITS Connection Manager. I renamed it. Still doesn't care. But RMA Connection Manager is still the namespace. So RMA Connection Manager .RMITS Connection Manager is the object. This was a very, very awkward way that I did this. So as a reminder, to justify myself and why there is this mess to begin with, these were JSP applications that were using JDBC drivers for their database connections, and they were using SQL Client and or their version of SQL Client to do the queries, and they were raw queries, and they didn't really use parameters very well. They just did them as execute stored procedure with these string parameters that I'm passing in as raw strings, which I'm sure many of you know is a no-no, not a great idea. And so what I decided to do was use Entity Framework, since I had learned how to use Entity Framework just before coming to this job. And now I'm using it in a production application. And there were so many databases, and different applications shared databases at times. I was like, maybe if I made one central connection manager that just says, you provide the connection strings, but you tell me which databases you want. And so here are references to those databases as long as you provide the connection strings for each of the databases. And then you can use Entity Framework on these contexts. So these are actually database contexts. But again, Entity Framework 4.7 or Entity Framework 6 using .NET Framework 4.7. So they're a little, they look the same-ish. I could convert these easily, or I don't need to convert them. My thought was just one place, ask for the database, provide the connection string, do the queries, do the inserts and stuff. Make sure your application, the service that it's running as, the service account that it's running as, does have authorization in the database to provide or to do those operations. So anyway, I thought it was cool. And then I took that concept and I turned them into, since I got more familiar with NuGet packages and being able to just dependency inject DB contexts, and you still provide the connection string and you get the DB context itself, I turned all of them into these, which are the DB context. So this is that same database that we were looking at, the models, which are the tables and views, and any stored procedure helpers, and any lookups and stuff, and use code first migrations to keep the database up to date, to change it around, to do operations on it. And from then on, I just go to NuGet, grab the correct version for .NET 6, .NET 7, .NET 8, .NET 9 of my DB context, and it works just fine. So the database connection is there. The thing that doesn't work is, here is how, oh, this is so scary. I'm gonna pull this over real quick first, because I want to make sure that the data source and username and password are not displayed anywhere in the code. What kind of special person would do that? Certainly not me. Okay, we're good. So the way that I did it in all of the .NET Framework applications, and again, I was on a time crunch, I needed to do them quickly. So I tried to standardize as many of the processes as I could. They all use this connection manager and they all follow this pattern. I would never. I'll just pretend I know those words. I understand EF. So for just about all of them, my accounts controller and anything that needs the database connection would, since there was no dependency injection, they would use the HTTP context. In this case, it was to get the user manager, but in the case of the TSP controller, which is the one that we're going to go into and look at, we might not be able to deploy anything, but you can see that I've stored the connection itself, the connection manager object in session per user. So this is kind of like doing a dependency injection for add scoped. And then I'm getting my DB context and the new context. This was before I knew anything about dependency injection. So anyway, you can see how I'm getting my DB contexts. Is that going to be easy enough to convert? Gosh, I think it's worth trying, but before that, let's go ahead and look through the code manually. And find out. Oh yeah. The cool thing about this, by the way, I was harping on the previous developers using raw SQL queries, and this might look like a raw SQL query, but back in Entity Framework 6, it would turn this into a parameterized query. So even though this looks like I'm providing raw strings, it's actually taking the interpolated string stuff and turning it into a parameterized query in this method. Okay. So this is definitely the method that we're looking for. I mean, I'm making a lot of assumptions here because, again, I have never really looked at the error process. I just know that there was something called TSP, which is not Thrift Savings Plan. And I really don't know what it stands for, to be honest. Excuse me. Excuse me. Can you tell me what TSP stands for in the context of monitoring stuff? TSP. Total suspended particulate. What? Even? Is that a common thing? Total suspended particulate. Airborne particles that are up to about 100 micrometers in diameter. Oh. They can be solid, liquid, come from both natural and human sources. Okay, well, there you go. Why measure TSP? Particulate matter is one of the 6 criteria air pollutants identified by the US EPA. One of the 6 criteria air pollutants identified. I think you're missing R. Are identified by the US EPA. Oh my gosh, this sentence sucks, but I know what you mean. They define particulate air pollution as an air suspended mixture of both solid and liquid particles. TSP includes airborne particles greater than 10 micrometers in diameter. Particulate matter comes from both human and natural sources. So this is actually, thank you, that R. I will fix that in there now because I wanted to read that sentence. Particulate matter is one of the 6 criteria air pollutants that are identified by the US EPA. It still doesn't sound right. 6 criteria of air pollutants that are identified by US EPA. We're just moving on. But this is the kind of thing, thank you, you did say of. This is the kind of thing I would do when I was converting these apps over. It's just they told me that TSP was never used, so I didn't need to know about it. So I was like, fine, I'm not going to take the time to understand what it is. But now that we are going to be working with it, I want to know what it is so that I know what the process that the application is going to be recording. Particulate matter comes from both human and natural sources: sea salt, wildfire smoke, forest fires, pollen, mold. Human activities responsible for PM sub 10. Particulate matter sub 10. Oh, it's probably particulate matter greater than 10 micrometers or micrometers. Entering the atmosphere include fuel burning, construction sites, industrial emissions, mechanical crushing of large particulates. Nowhere in here does it say chemical weapons or the destruction of chemical weapons. TSP does not have a specified size limit, therefore TSP covers the full range of particle sizes, including smaller particulate sizes such as PM10 and PM2.5. What? Particulates above 10 micrometers are not usually acknowledged in government health legislation as our nose and throat filter them out. Gonna ignore anything over 10 micrometers. Never mind that while it's sitting in your nose, it's also turning into bigger it's also replicating itself like mold. Instead, TSP is more a nuisance dust than a health risk. However, as TSP includes all particle sizes, the risk associated with PM10 and PM2.5, such as serious respiratory. Oh, okay, yes, fine. Aeroqual. Oh, Aeroqual is this company talking about here's some stuff that you can use to monitor your air quality. Okay, good. We're not trying to buy products. We just wanted to know what TSPs are. And now we know. So that's why we use the term TSP in this application. I never knew, by the way, I never knew why this was called TSP, but now I know. I guess the other thing that I don't know is why is TSP submit in the biota? Because isn't biota specifically organic stuff? Plant and animal life in general. Organisms that occupy and ecological niche or system. I keep having to double take, so I'm already I say this often. I'm already terrible at reading words because I skip over things without reading the full thing and I intuit what's in the middle. And having these official looking definitions with typos and grammatical errors, it's just, it throws me. But yeah, so biota is the plant and animal life of a particular region. So why is air quality part of the biota process in this app? Is air data. And not only that, this, okay, now we know. This is either going to be air data or biota data. So what we're going to do when we convert this app, if we remember, is we're going to make one model. We'll figure out what to call it, like a sample model, I guess, sample something model. And then we're going to have an air data version, so that implements or inherits from that base class. And we're going to have a biota version, and we're going to check against types instead of a Boolean flag that gets set, because what if both are checked when they are mutually exclusive? Everything is awesome. Okay, so let's see this process real quick. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it in test RTRAC, because I think the last thing I deployed was, oh thank goodness, the Blazor version, but it's not. Does this one have permissions to submit requests? This is TSP data, load TSP. Is that what you're actually doing? Okay, so hopefully she is using the load TSP, which took us to load TRN. Is that the same? Oh, but we have a query string parameter that says TSP equals true versus this one that doesn't have TSP. But this still says TRN up here. So I guess in both cases it is a transfer file. We'll see if this can drag and drop, because again, I don't like having my Windows Explorer open on that screen. Projects, RTRAC, sample files, air. Drag and droppy? Yay! Okay, we're going to try loading. Current user does not have rights to upload TRNs from LabRK. Great. I need to figure out how to configure myself in the database. What if I logged in with my admin? Do I have permissions then? ESP finalized, yeah. So this is the account that I use for our document tracking center that does the latter part of the lab analysis process, which is they receive the information from the lab and then verify it. They run some checks from our end. All right, we need the test database, please. I think. Okay, so if I recall correctly, there is a users table of some sort. Look up username table, and that lookup username. We don't. But did you get your new printer yet? It was kind of interesting that you said that, because I recently have also gotten a printer. Okay, so she has Lab AR. So why am I trying to upload to Lab RK when this should be using Lab AR? Because it's reading the file, and the file name has RK at the beginning and the lab name at the end. Versus, what do the files normally look like? Same, RK, and then lot number, and then AR. So installation code and then lot number. So I think it's just a matter of the TSP upload process reading the file name in a way where it isn't using the portions of the file name correctly. So it thinks I'm trying to upload to lab RK. It thinks I'm trying to upload to lab RK when the lab is actually AR. And RK is the installation. The current user does not have rights to upload TRNs from lab RK. And if we went to load data and we picked another file that is I don't know, whatever this is, probably soil sample. Yeah, and then this one already exists, so but that's fine. I mean, it's saying lab AR, so you can see that it actually read this file name correctly. So my first guess is that the process for doing the TSP upload is first looking at the file name to get the lab and installation codes, and it's reading them backwards. Let's find out. And if it is, then that means that we have to do a code change and somehow deploy the application. I was hoping it was more of a database thing. Dang it. Yeah, so we need to know where this labs is coming from. I guess the easiest way might be to follow the trail of what happens when we click on the load TRNs button. Since this is MVC, it should be a form action. Oh, we need specifically when load TSP is on. So you should be a form, you are a form, and it's data RTRAC upload. So let's go to our data controller. Data controller, RTRAC upload. Don't ask, don't tell. We're creating an upload view model. Is this on get? I think that's the get, so we're looking for the post action. Because this is method post. Man, it's been such a long time since I've had to do MVC. And so we are TSP by this point. Have we done anything with the file name yet? Read TRN file. Read TRN file will return a TRN file collection. Do you have anywhere in here the lab and lot? TRN file data model? No. It has file name in here though, so that's one place that we might look for where that's getting used. Analysis error, and then route value dictionary is just any extra parameters that we get. Okay, good. So we have the file name in here in the TRN items. Wait, where was that? After returning this. Okay, so here is our file name. The file name is going to be equal to the one that we are reading. And are we parsing the file name into... Gosh, I really don't like this. Into a lab and installation. No. Do you see anywhere in here anything that says lab or installation? We just have our dictionary of parameters. This is going to be a lot of fun remaking. I know that much, but looking at it just makes me sick. It's disgusting. This is lifted and shifted code, by the way, for the most part. Okay, so we know it's not during the file read process. It's got to be during the process TSP data. And what I'm going to do is open that, and we're going to find out where this is. Yeah, good. Wonder if there's any funny variable names in there. I don't know. It is RTRAC that dumps to the RMAED database that may or may not have interesting variable names. None that I came up with, of course. Even culture info isn't found? Wait, what? There shouldn't be any missing usings. What? Ignoring that for now. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to find where lab. All right, here we are. Installation code. This is in the normal process. Installation code is the first two characters of the file name, and the lab is the last two characters of the file name. In our process data TSP, I bet you we're going to see the opposite. The lab is the first two characters of the file name. I think this is what the issue is. Not only that, why are we using trn_row instead of the file name itself? I am extremely curious about this. This is another thing that you'll see me do, which is go off on wild goose chases. I apologize for anyone that this might just feel squirrely, but for my integrity and for me not to yell at myself and be extremely angry at my past self, I would like to verify whether this was the original code or it was something that I did while I was copying the code over. I promise I won't yell at myself on stream. And I will try to be as kind to myself as possible, regardless of the outcome. But there's a little something at my back. Gotta load. It's probably file upload 2. I kind of remember that being a thing. ESP. It's gonna be hard if I can't find the actual upload method. File upload bean. Oh, these are all of the stored procedures, I think. Hi, 8-bits. I'll tell you how I'm doing as soon as I verify whether this is something that I did or it's something that I just pulled into the app by copying and pasting code from the old legacy code. Man, where is it though? Where would it be? You would assume it's in this file upload. One would assume. We're looking for is TSP. That's the conversion. Or that's my C# stuff. Fresh meat. Thank you so much. Thank you. I was lurking on your channel. Oh, when I came over here to this computer, I had a lot to set up on this computer, but I was lurking on your channel. It was. I saw that you were streaming, but I think you were playing a game, if I saw correctly. And your stream is still running. Okay, you got it. Maybe. Your stream is still running. There you go. I was trying to make one in Excel. It was an escape room game, according to the title. Well, definitely check out Freshmate. Dukasoft already gave you a shout out, but yes. You say boring, but I bet you it was a lot of fun. Biota. Let's look for Biota. I'm sure it'll be in there. And why are you searching? Why do I even have the web conversions? Can I specify folder original Java apps? Yes, better. Okay, so write file, Biota, write Biota. This is writing the file. We need to read the file. Yeah, I think in this app, this was one of them where everything was on the index page and there were no other pages. Select Biota file, edit type, if export to any of you. Okay, so this is air data. There we go. This will work. I've seen Doom in Excel. Weird, but funny. I've definitely seen that. Records check, export, submit TRNs. Oh my gosh. Found it. Lab is null. If it's air data. Yes. Okay, so here we are. We are creating a token on the first parameter that came in, and the first parameter that came in to our TRN params would be the file name. Wouldn't it? No, oh my gosh. Like, how are we just supposed to know? Okay. I will be a little bit more lenient on myself because this is really difficult to parse mentally. And since I didn't have running code at the time, I was just reading the code itself. But I would need to go and find out what parameters would be coming in with this request. so that I could find out which one parameter 1 is, trn params, what this would look like. Because it's telling me that the it's telling me that the lab is the first value, the first token when you split trn params on semicolon, and then you split that on semicolon again. Oh. Anyway, we should have gotten lab and lot from the query string parameters, is what that's telling me. And instead, my code is getting it from the file name. And I don't know where I saw to do that. Oh man. Oof. That's all I gotta say. It's oof. Now records check submit TRNs. Okay, that's where we just were, but I have no idea what the incoming parameters were. So it's really, really hard to tell. I mean, we can see where it's getting added. Yeah, okay. So lab equals trn params dot value. So the first thing that we get in trn params is the lab. And this code here is getting that from the current row. Which still would make sense. Let's look at the actual data that we got from that file, because that could still be true. And maybe the fix is to change the file so that the first values that we get back are the lab. Aha. Which is not good. I mean, I hate that as an answer. There. All right, Fresh Meat, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you enjoy your time. Enjoy the fun. So yes, the first two characters in the text file that it's parsing for each row is the installation code. I don't want to make them change that. The TRN file actually is already specified to... An Emporium Guy raid. Thank you so much. I was also lurking on your stream. Awesome. Or I was until I switched computers. Amazingly. But yeah, how are you doing, Emporium Guy? What were you doing? What were you up to? What were you working on? So the transfer file itself has the first three characters as the installation code. If you guys don't know Emporium Guy, he does everything learning. He's a very, very avid learner, trying to figure things out, working through stuff. I haven't fully been paying attention to the content of your streams, but if you let us know what you were doing, I'm sure it was something amazing and fun and educational. Do we have the file name? I'm sure we have the file name somewhere. No worries, Zaid. I usually am not streaming on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so I appreciate that you were trying to contact me on a not normal streaming day, but since yesterday was a holiday, I chose not to work. I could have worked, but I chose not to work and instead observed the holiday, played Final Fantasy 16 for a little bit, and then streamed music stuff. Yeah, so TRN file collection, one of the things in our current file which would be TRN files I right here. Okay, so there would only be one lab and lot, or one lab per file. And in fact, yeah, one lab and lot. Do I still have the notepad open? This should all be for the same lot number. And it is. And it's always like that because in the file name is installation code. And if it's only a 2-character installation code, it uses an underscore instead of a space. And then the lab 4-character code, if it's only 3, it adds a underscore for up to 4 characters. And the iteration number of this upload. And here it is iteration number 1, and you can see in the file name it has a 1. And then an underscore, and then lab. And so we know that this file will always have the same lab and lot regardless. So I can set lab and lot here. Oh gosh, oh dear. And I used to, and I still do prefer it. I used to do curly braces on same line and 2 space tabs because it was easier for me to read, but there were enough people that watched the stream that didn't like it that I decided to just not use it. So my current formatting is curly braces on new lines, 4 space tabs, and yes, I do use spaces in place of tabs. Emporium Guy was working on WASM. It is very JavaScripty. Isn't it weird though? And I think it was because of school. I started off in C++, and then did a whole bunch of Java development for a long time. But even then, I don't think that those were 2 space tabs. The reason that I ended up going to 2 space tabs was horizontal width readability. I'm a one-liner if you couldn't tell. File name dot split. Nope, let's just do substring. File name dot length -2. Sadly, there's a reason in JavaScript. Is there? And then lot is still going to be this on file name. Okay, so I think this would work. Hello, Gilgamesh. Is there any certification by Microsoft I can try that would help me along the way? Of course, absolutely. Short answer is yes. Take a look at Microsoft Learn. They have tons of certifications that they offer. Anything from the Azure courses, AZ100, AZ201, up through the developer course. If you go to Free Code Camp, they have a free certification thing that you could take. C# foundations in C# or something. So it's this one. But yeah, I'm not going to go looking for it, but definitely you say that you've already looked through it and there are too many, but that just means you might want to take the time to look through some of them and see if they apply to you, because I wouldn't know what you're specifically looking for in a course or in a certification, but target areas that you think are going to advance your knowledge, your experiences, and get you to the place that you want to be at, which I don't know what that is. So that could be cloud technologies, that could be stuff related specifically to systems administrations. Thank you so much for that, Big Game. Felt that in my loins. Thank you, Dukasoft. That went all the way down my gut. No, that's fine. I get it. You guys like to play the sound in the middle of long monologue. Let me know. I need to shut up, so I'll shut up from now on. I got it. I got it. You don't like hearing me speak. Uh-huh. I blame Dukasoft. Like you said. Too. I already said your alt account should be ASMR, so. Okay, how am I gonna do this? I'm at a point where I need to decide how to proceed with applying the fix. Right now, for whatever reason, even though I have referenced the connection manager. What is this called? NuGet package? It's still telling me that I can't find the connection manager. I'm not gonna ban you. The interactivities are there. If I didn't want them to be there, I would remove them. Feel free to use whatever you want at your leisure. You get to choose how you behave. That's what, that's so mean. That's what Enneagram 1s tend to do. I will give you the option of how you want to behave in the hopes that you choose to behave in a way that is in alignment with my values. Man, why? Is it, do I have some kind of, global... Was there a way to do like a global usings in .NET Framework? Because that's just weird. I don't remember that being a thing. Success! because for some reason, all of these files are missing some usings. For example, using system.collections.generic, when I know that would have been there had I been using lists this whole time. Stream reader, system.data.io, or just system.io apparently. System.text, just system. Just using system. So yeah, there is definitely something weird, something different about this. Like, I'm already... 8-bit says, there is a global use... No. .NET Framework 4.7.2. And I was specifically asking if this project had some kind of global using. Wow, okay. I'm back in the Stone Ages. I'm back in dinosaurs walking the land alongside us. Yeah, exactly. Okay. What have I done in the past for this issue? I have gone into my NuGet local copy. Let's see if this will work. RMA. Nope. Try again. Repos. Yeah, RMA Enterprise. Wait, do I have a version of this in Git? As a shout out is given to TBD Gamer. Poor timing. Anyway, TBD Gamer is an amazing developer. Definitely check out his stream. He's working on an app called Liquid Sky. It's currently codenamed Liquid Sky. Fantastic application that I'm looking forward to seeing when he gets it done, if he does take it to market, make it a product, because I think it's going to be a very beneficial process, very beneficial app, alternative to the existing applications. File share. That's chain of custody. Is there something like a specific version of this? No. Okay, so here's what I'm looking at. This is the list of NuGet packages that existed before I knew how to use the NuGet package manager correctly. 1. I knew how to use artifacts on Azure DevOps. 2. These are all .NET Framework and .NET Core pre 3.0. And what I was hoping to find was a local copy of the NuGet package manager, or of the RMA connection manager, that matched the version that was being used in the app. How do I open this as a folder? I just type it in here. Because NuGet packages are essentially just zip files. Yeah, maybe this will work. Nope. There we go. Open archive. Could I just grab this library like this and move it directly into project and reference it that way? I don't know how many Windows Explorer windows I'm going to have open by the end of this, but it's going to be a lot. Packages is up one level here. Okay, so here's my packages folder. Currently should have RMA Connection Manager with library and the NuGet package. Thank you so much for the shout out to 8bits. 8bits game developer extraordinaire, expert in Unity. I'll take you through both 2D and 3D stuff, primarily expert in 2D. Yeah. This is missing. We just saw it. Okay. Wait, here. Also the man suffering from math right now. Looks like you've come down with a case of the math. Okay, so there's all of these other DLLs in the library folder that aren't showing. So what if we manually copy them over and then we try to rebuild? And it's still telling us that it cannot find. Wait, why does that say RMIT's Connection Manager Core? Oh, because that's the MVC file. Why are you trying to build the MVC project? Stop that. Jerk. Okay, so type our namespace, RMA Connection Manager still doesn't exist. Suga-chan. Any thoughts? Yeah, for memory safe marshalling for math formulas. The situation that I'm running into is that this project is a .NET Framework 4.7.2 project. Why does that say RTRAC Web, though? Did I really make your default namespaces RTRAC Web? I did. Okay, doesn't matter though. And I have referenced the NuGet package. Can I manually reference it maybe? I've referenced the NuGet package for the RMA Connection Manager in this project, version 2.0.9, which is a .NET Framework 4.7.2 version of it. I really wanted to use 2.0.8 because that's the original one that was there, so I'm gonna try it. I'm too tired to think. You don't have to think. I'm kind of rubber ducking for the most part. But if anyone does happen to have any ideas from this point, I'd be happy to receive them. Yeah, okay, so it successfully installed 2.0.8. No, that help controller isn't going to be one that has the database connection. Special kid. And it's still saying that this namespace doesn't exist. So I'm referencing the right NuGet package. It's downloading into our packages folder. So if we look for RMA Connection Manager, it is now 2.0.8. However, the library itself is only giving us back the connection manager. Regardless, we should have the RMA Connection Manager namespace, even if we don't have the RMA Connection Manager RTRAC namespace. Because without that, I will not be able to build this. And without being able to build it, I won't be able to deploy it. here's my Armits Connection Manager core and RTRAC. And so I'm guessing your .NET 8. What? Did I really try an upgrade to .NET 8 and that's what this MVC project is? Oh, I see why you're still trying to build the .NET Framework project, because I received a call while I was creating the build configuration and I never switched to it. All right, 8-Bit's gonna head out soon. Gotta work on my math tool for Unity devs, using it as a portfolio project item. Very cool, very, very cool. I hope you succeed at it and are a winner. Okay, so this is just the .NET Framework project. Let's see if that build works. No, it still will not work. Why even are you showing the MVC project errors though? I don't get that. Because you switched back to debug when I did a output, please. Arigato momichi. Okay, so here we go. Our connection manager here, namespace, is still missing. Is it possible that you are Armits Connection Manager core? It is. Okay, but because this is upgraded to Entity Framework core, we might not be able to do this. Okay. That's promising. If I recall correctly, what happened was in August of last year, I wanted to know what the upgrade process was like because someone in stream was like, have you tried the upgrade assistant? And I'm like, yeah, I've tried it and it's just crap. It just doesn't do what I want it to do. But it's been a while since I've tried it. So I tried it again. And this time I did this process, which is right click, upgrade, which is not currently installed, but it gave me this window that looked different than the upgrade assistant I was using. We'll just go ahead and install it as an extension. And that actually created a .NET project that was pretty helpful. So it'll install when I restart Visual Studio, which I'll do shortly, so that we can go through that. But yeah, interesting. I'm gonna keep going with this, and then we'll see if we can run it. So that's really all that matters. So what I'm gonna do is for everything in this project, in this MVC project, we're going to change RMA Connection Manager to Armits Connection Manager core in this project only. 35 occurrences, so that'll resolve all of those. Then MVC application, we might not have a replacement for. Wait. MVC application is my object, isn't it? It's in. Where is this? Global.asax. Okay, so we're going to get a static MVC application, and then we'll rename it later. Okay, so you're going to be called, oh, because I changed it to application globals. Maybe I can just do that. Application globals.role prefix, and you would just be role prefix like this. Okay, so all of my MVC application globals or MVC applications are going to get replaced with this. Gets rid of a bunch of those errors. What else we got? These all need using Entity Framework Core. Since you guys are needing to be formatable, I'm just turning it into an interpolated string. So this is what I said earlier, and I think it's still correct to say this, that Entity Framework Core treats interpolated strings differently than if we were just printing out a string. So here, it would be replacing this with a SQL parameter instead of just passing in the static string itself. Cool. This is giving me hope. All right, who else do we have built? There's still something up here. Oh, right. No more namespace system.web.mvc. Fine. Can you take me to the actual file, please? Server is going to be different. This is something like HTTP context accessor. I don't remember. .NET Framework MVC server.map path .NET 8. iWeb host environment. You need to dependency inject an iWeb host environment. Private read-only string path. Okay, and that is web host environment dot content path. So what would content path actually give us back? Do I have to look that up myself? Content root path gives you the absolute path to the application content files. All right, we're gonna go with content path takes me to the content folder. And so we're only adding the output and biota folders to that. And then we're gonna do, just to make this easier on myself, this is gonna be output path. This is all gonna get changed anyway, so I'm not super duper worried about that. How is RTRAC content? Oh, because you're a context factory now. Nabbit. What? Why do I have another controller down here? Go away. I do not want you here. All right. Whew. Select list item is not a thing. It's got to be an MVC object because I'm using this in an MVC view, in a Razor view. I kind of remember doing that. Oh dear, this was so long ago. Split. Because this is not a string? Are you an object now? Yeah. Cake is a lie. And finally, session. Okay, how do we get session in .NET Core? I remember doing this somewhere else, and it's like HTTP context accessor, .NET framework, controller session in .NET Core. Okay. app.use sessions, http context.session. But it can't be accessed before use session is called. Oops, I don't know why I went into the CS proj. Sure. Program. ASP.NET Core identity. This must have been what I was doing last. This must have been. Use routing controller. And where does this go in the build pipeline thing? Use session is before map Razor pages after you use authorization. And then do we actually have to configure, or can I leave it at the defaults? Like, do I really need that? And why are you angry now? Don't be angry, dude. Builder.services ass session. I'm just gonna try it like this. I hope. But this is angry now. Why are you angry? Only one compilation unit can have top-level statements. I've never seen that error before. All I did was add a using. We change you to not use top level? You need partial? Did you know that? Why would you guys do that? Why? Why? Just why? Let's move on. Session doesn't exist. So wherever we have session, we should be able to use HTTP context dot session. And I'm assuming we're going to change these all to .get. Fine. Okay, so the way that we're going to handle this is we're going to do a find and replace. And I bet you I was doing this on one of the streams somewhere in the past. And then I got told that I need to work on the other thing. So we're going to do a find and replace session followed by a open square bracket followed by a quotation mark followed by anything followed by another quotation mark followed by a closing square bracket. And we're going to replace that with http context.session.get quotation mark the thing that we found close quotation mark close parent. Survey says success. You get gives back a byte array. Why does get give back a byte array? Are our two options really only get string and get that returns a byte array and get int32? It's just too much. What can I replace session some there? Upgrading 2008. I said upgrading and I typed upgrade. Yeah, I asked that question terribly. And Gemini didn't give me an answer either. Hey Gemini, are you gonna be kind to me? Are you gonna help me? Yeah. Byte array. Only method I saw was get int32. You're absolutely correct. So predictable. So what if I didn't serialize it to begin with? It's not a serialized string. I guess I can do that though. Wherever I am setting session labs, which is happening where? It should happen during the login process. I mean, this is where I have an idea. We are now using .NET 8. This could be a small change that I make. I can put it in something called state, and I can do user state. And again, I'm oversimplifying this because I know how I would do this in Blazor, but we can find out everywhere. Yeah, find all matches for session some variable. And the things that we have are the connection managers, which we're going to replace with the DB context, errors that get posted to session, fine. And those are going to be a list of analysis error items. A temporary variable holding the compare trn SQL. Gosh, this is such a interesting approach. Resubmission errors. All right, so what I'm going to do is little by little add these things. So first, let's dependency inject our state for the session. I'm getting rid of this because I think that's going to introduce more issues. And we're going to do builder services add scoped user state. In the places that we're using this is going to be so annoying. In the places that we're using session, such as in here, we're going to dependency inject our user state somewhere up here. And again, since this is all HTTP based, HTTP context based, this is going to be absolutely okay. We will have a session for the current connection from the web application to the server. So the state that we get here will be the state for the user making the request, not any other crossover users on accident or whatever. Did they fix this in the most recent? They sure didn't. There was a recent Visual Studio update, and the issue that happened a couple updates ago is that Visual Studio code refactoring stuff no longer honors your text editor configuration for things like variable naming. So for all of my private or internal fields, I have it set to _camel case. And when I tried to create that new variable, it created it as a this dot. Boo. Don't break things that were once working. All right, so then we should be able to do user state.labs. We're going to create this variable. And it's going to be a list of string we saw. Sure, internal set is fine. And we'll always initialize it to a new list. And that way we know it is never null. And so instead we will only get back user labs. Fine. But that means that first thing that we're going to set is labs to user state.labs. And this user state is going to give us errors in the places where session is used with labs, but that's fine. That's fine for us. This was the only place? Nonsense. You're fibbing. No, not that. Session. Was this really the only place that labs is? That's funny. You're funny. That's funny. No. This is not going to be good. This, on the other hand, is raw SQL being run as raw SQL. Fantastic. Oh, what am I going to do? Not again. I think I just ran into another snag that whatever direction we were going isn't going to work regardless because of all of the changes that need to happen to this query. Like, I guess I could go through and change them all to this. Okay, so here's what we found out. We found out that the issue that is currently happening in the existing application that is deployed is that I am reading the lab from a text file incorrectly. The lab should come from the file name, and specifically the last 2 characters of the file name before the extension. And I currently cannot build that application because my reference to the NuGet package that it uses doesn't work the way that we're expecting it to. It is not finding yeah, and that's all MVC stuff. It is not finding, for example, the RMA Connection Manager namespace, nor the namespace for RMAD or RTRAC. Ooh. Okay. That's fine. What if instead I said NuGet Package Manager and install this package, and then we'll make sure this gets removed from our packages folder, RMA Connection Manager. Let's go back to that local NuGet. I said local NuGet. Find the connection manager, and all of them are in here. So it's even reading from the subfolders. Okay. What happens if I try to install the NuGet package from there? Reload. Oh? It doesn't find the RMAED folder or project, but it did find the RMA connection manager .rtrac namespace. That's a good sign. What's wrong with RTRAC? RTRAC context. No, you're good. Its connection manager. Wait, but it found the namespace. Why can't it find the connection manager? Rebuild. Actually, let's do a full clean. All right, and then we'll go ahead and close Visual Studio. We'll install the extension while we're here. So many folders open. Oh, I did close it. Okay. We can expand folders again. I just kind of feel like I'm moving mud around, you know? It's like we're going from let's find the issue, which we found, and it's buried under all this mud. And instead of being able to clean off the mud, we're just moving it to the side and not actually making any progress with the mud. It's almost like lathering it, making it bubble up, and it feels like there's even more than there was. How do we fix that? How do we keep that from happening? Didn't I unsubscribe from these? Do. You had better honor my unsubscription selection. That's not good. Okay, and then let's reopen Visual Studio. RTRAC solution? Yeah, RTRAC solution. I have so many windows open. All right, we're keeping that one open, closing packages. We can get back to it. Keeping NuGet local repository, closing that one. Closing out of the database. Let me respond to this email too. Okay, send. I keep pushing Alt S in the email program thinking that it's going to send for me because I'm so used to working in Outlook. Yeah, but it didn't send. Of course it didn't. All right, rebuilt. That's still MVC stuff. I don't care about the MVC project. I would really, really, really like it if you stayed. Oh, wait, you know what? I think it is staying on. Whatever. Okay, so now we are getting some different errors where it's only missing the RMAED DLL essentially. So let's go back to the NuGet local. No, this is where we need to go back to packages, and I just closed that folder, didn't I? Nope. There were like 16 more open. Yeah, okay, so the RMAED DLL is not in there. So I need to find RMAED DLL. Is it a duck? Is it in here? Open with 7-zip. Let's find out. Shall we? Yes. Okay, so it is going to be in here. Now, if we go into the packages folder, my assumption is that the package that it restored didn't have the RMAED DLL. It does. It has it. It's right here. Why does it have all of them except for RMAED? Arigato momichi. Okay, so I'm gonna take this package, put you here, I think. And it's in use because I have it open right here. 2019 12/9. Overwrite it. show 7-zip open. What? This one doesn't even have the additional DLLs. It's almost like they are their own individual package, but they're not. They're all part of the same project. There is no other RMA connection manager. What am I supposed to do? I really am lost. I really have no idea what I'm supposed to do to fix this. No clue. Like, short of rebuilding RTRAC right now, which is apparently what I tried doing before, I just don't know what else to do. Do I just run with this? Do I see how far we can get? Actually, you know what? I saw that I have an RTRAC Blazor solution. So let's just see how far I got on that. And I know that one thing that I was stuck on with this project was the UI. Because I was trying to redesign the UI so that it looked more like the rest of our applications. So is it possible that I did all of the server stuff and converted all of the server code and logic? This is looking good so far. And it looks like all of the endpoints are getting taken care of. Okay. And did I actually convert all of the service classes? So essentially these are my controllers, because I don't know if you noticed, but when I was making these applications, all of the logic is in the controllers. What kind of person does that? Even back in 2019. Guilty. I guess that means that we can look, though, at the Biota service, or where is it? Where is it? It was in data controller. Why don't I have a data controller? Where did I put you? Where's process GSP data? Data. Nowhere. Where even? Do I have the TSP page at least? What am I looking for? Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. I hope you're having a great day so far. I'm struggling a bit, but I will get there. Here we are. Load TSP. Man, I thought that this entire application was going to need to get done on stream, or not need to get done. I thought I was going to be able to go through converting this application from the .NET Framework app to Blazor with you guys on stream. And again, maybe we were doing some of this on stream. I can't remember because we've been working on that lab data import utility this whole time. That it feels like it's the only thing we've ever worked on. Okay. We have parse file. Parse line. Oh, all I'm looking for is the submit button. What am I doing? I have... What in the world? I have a lot done on this. I was not expecting that. We have a custom file picker component that is not from the Armit's Blazor Component Library. And your .NET 8? Your .NET 6. Okay. And we have standard CSS, picked files, file display. Okay, so the thing that I really do care about though right now is what happens when we submit this. Is there a submit button? Where is this load TSP component being used? Load TSP, please. Nowhere. That's where. Load data page. Oh, it's not a component. It's a page. Yeah. Data RTRAC upload TSP. Okay. But then where's the actual submit button? Did I not rig up the submit button? Does it not even have a submit button? Well, one good thing is that we should be able to run this in debug when we choose the right project to run. And I need to check the secrets too. Cool. The secrets are set up. The passwords are okay, I guess. Okay, we're going with it. We are running with it. Here we go. Shout out to Irish John Games, who should be streaming pretty soon in about 45 minutes if he hasn't already started. I don't know if he's back or if yesterday was just a check-in, see how things are going kind of stream. He's had some family situations going on, plus this whole landlord situation and eviction and all that fun stuff. So chances are he will be our raid target today. And I am finished. Christian Games. But yeah, definitely feel free to check out his game on Stem and on the MicroProse site because his publisher is MicroProse. Invalid login attempt. You, dear friend, are an invalid login attempt. Yar. Hey, look, it's my name. Invalid JSON exception. R is not valid. So let's find out where this R is coming from. It's got to be one of our responses from the server. Wow, this is going really slow. And I mean, if we've gotten this far, I am absolutely going to change this over to .NET 8 and figure out what's going on. So labs returned return object AR. This is not an invalid JSON. This is an object with a key, with a property of return object and a value that is an array of one string that is AR. It is valid JSON response. Is that not the thing that is giving us the invalid? No, these are valid objects. And I'm not afraid to show you guys my tokens because this is all local dev. So you wouldn't be able to use them even if you wanted to, even if you could read the whole thing. Okay, so you're telling me that you have a JSON exception on line 40 of user state. I made a user state class in my RTRAC Blazor upgrade app, which is what I defaulted to doing, to changing out all of my session to here. What are the chances I've already done that before? Probably really, really high. All right, where's my user state class? It would be in pages. Or it would be in shared, depending on when this was. And then we said line 40. Set active lab async. So this is using local storage instead of session, which makes sense for a Blazor app. So we are using Blazor local storage to set, wrong place, application please, the active lab and last active role. Last active role starts with an R, get item async active role. This is not a valid JSON object. Did that change recently? Who knows? Who knows? All right, so this needs to be get item as, oh gosh. So what's happening is that it's not parsing the value that's in last active role as a, oh, this is a string anyway. This is not the enum. Okay, all I have to do is update this. It'll be fine. We'll get you as a string. And then we'll tell this thing that we want it to be a string. And I am going to format this. This was using 2 space tabs and same line curly braces, which means that I started this before I left the first time. Huh. Okay, so anyway, point is, I should have an extension method to go from a string roll, spring rolls, to to the RTRAC roll enum, and it's an application globals. Oh man, what is it? Tell me where RTRAC roll is used, please. Looking at old code. What the was I thinking? So true. All right, who's gonna give me back a roll based on the string name? To roll string. And where's the opposite? Where is... Well, here's one thing that I'll want to look at. But we want the opposite, please. We want to get the roll from a string. Okay, user sends roll. Man, I love these songs. I keep tuning into it and I'm like, oh, what if I just listen to this the rest of the time? Okay, so I don't have an extension method for this. It is kind of dangerous to create one because it's on a string. RTRAC roll. The other thing that I did was instead in the application globals, which should be application globals base, but again, this is before I made all of the changes that we use now. But I have a static method for RTRAC roles. Get RTRAC role string for role name. Okay. And this is going to be twofold. And in fact, it's going to be onefold, is what I said. It's going to be onefold because the only thing that we should have to do is replace the role prefix hype with nothing. And that way, the only thing we get is the role name. Oops. But the issue is that not all role names will match. Will they? Will they? They will. So yeah, that's why I would rather have it here. Okay, I'm changing my mind again. Well, I guess I'm keeping both. So I am also doing this, but the way that I'm doing it is get RTRAC roll to RTRAC roll. I don't know why I'm doing string, RTRAC roles, this string role name, and instead of doing try parse, we're going to use the display name, which means that we're going to have to do some reflection, or because I have them hard coded here, I'm just going to do a switch. So it's going to be role display name dot replace, and notice this is non-nullable, so I don't have to worry about doing a null check with this replace. Application iApplication globals dot role prefix with null, and again we need the pipe in here because that is my syntax. So we replace role prefix with null. Again, this is going to get replaced with the stuff that I currently do, which I thought about a little bit harder than what I'm doing now. I'm kind of just doing this to get this moving. And what we're doing is we are switching on that. So a switch expression. And we're just going to manually map using the display names up here. You were going to do them all at once. Dang. Okay, so that should be able to... What were we doing this for? Fix it here where we have per role dot to RTRAC role. And we're going to call this yeah, we're going to rename this to RTRAC role display name. Oh, wait. We're going to rename this to RTRAC role. Yeah, RTRAC role. And then we're going to rename it to RTRAC role display name and then use that here. And that way, everywhere else that it's referenced, it's RTRAC role. Oh, we got this. Preferred roles. Aha. So I am manually building an array of preferred role order. So I'm going to move... What even? I'm going to move this into a static. Wait. Introduce local. Local is not what I thought it was. Anyway, we're turning that into a static. So private, read only, static, preferred roles. Can't use private fields? Or it's just angry that I am not reading it yet. Okay. Fine. Nope, it just doesn't like it. Cannot convert. Oh, what are you doing? Special. I was trying to assign this as a string, and it's not a string. Oh, and look at all of these unused variables. Avert thine eyes, lest thou be tempted to try to fix it and just go down a different rabbit hole that you're not trying to go down. Okay. I think that actually told the app to stop while we were building, or while we were doing things. So we should run it again. And this is, by the way, the project structure that I used to use. I built all of the applications when I was converting them to Blazor. It was .NET 6 and before. I did all of the applications as both Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly because there may have been some thing that they told us where we're not allowed to ship the code to the client for whatever reason, but that didn't become a thing anymore, so everything is fine. Everything is awesome. Okay, so we don't need to parse you anymore. And we'll do string empty. Cool. Anyone else not want to build? I just want to see what progress we've made. That's all. And if it's far enough along, then we'll shift our focus for the next little while. Did they release another version of .NET? Not yet. .NET 9 just came out in November, and so it won't be until the LTS release. The next LTS. Pretty sure. Yeah. So .NET 10 will be the next LTS. It'll most likely be out in November of 2025, following their previous patterns. Their most recent previous patterns, I should say, for the .NET number releases. Okay. Did you build? You built. Can you run? This is where I get my cardio. I saw a shirt that said that. Hey, it loaded. Load a thing. Submit a thing. View some stuff. Run some report, I think. Okay, load TSP. How far can we get in this process? Here's our file. It reads the file. Oh my gosh, I even have UI for preparing file. Did he crash? Yeah, but was he slow? It didn't crash, but it should not take that long to parse a text file. It's doing database stuff. You're uploading it immediately to the database, or what? You're selecting from sys objects, so that's definitely not anything that I'm doing. Migration history. Aha. Okay. The server is not responding. Server timed out. Okay, so I was checking the server for if any of these file name lab lot combinations existed after reading the file. You should display the file contents before doing that though, dude. Come on. Get with the program. Watch me lurk and thought it was a infinite loop. Close, but no cigarette. Why? I was able to log into the server just now, which means that it's not an IP address thing. So why would you time out? Where's the query that we were trying to run? Here. TRN service 2399. I'm sorry, did you say line number 2399? I did. So the RMAED context.chemrec.as no tracking. Well, let me double check the connection string for RMAED context. What if? Okay. I kind of want to do a quiz. Pop quiz. 80 points for anyone who gets this right. New window. Pasta. And I could actually be wrong about this because this is still .NET 6. But this is my guess. This is the local connection version, so I'm not using this connection in the app, but it's structured similarly other than instead of using trusted connection, I'm connecting using a username and password. That said, does anyone know why this connection string, which has a valid server, has a valid database, has the valid username and password, does anyone know why this would time out? Which is actually odd because I was expecting a different error if this is the case. And I am using the correct server names, database name, username, password. Yeah. So everything is confirmed, but it gave me a timeout. Which is odd though, because I was able to log in. So I don't know if that's the case either. That's very confusing. Anyway, my guess, for anyone who might be following along at home, is that this needs trust server certificate tagged on to the end. So that's going to be my first guess. I think it's something else the more I look at it. But we may as well try it since we need that when we're going to have this as a .NET 8 application. Okay, so I'm closing out of my secrets, pulling the app back over. We're going to stop the application and try it again. Could also be that this is still using Duende Identity Server. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and turn this into a .NET 8 application. You think that the query itself is the issue? So the one that is, here's this one table as no tracking, where lab lots contains the list of lab lot that we got from the file itself. And just so you know, the list of lab lots that we would get from the file is one lab lot long, ARANRH. It's the only lab and lot values from this file. So that would be a distinct lab lot. Right? You would be distinct. Maybe, maybe not. It is now. Okay, so let's try upload again. Let's watch this. Okay, we got responses back, but it's still doing check files. And that's what this whole process is here. So you can see we're in method check files. And we'll do a full debug, but I think it's going to time out again after 90 seconds. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do though. It looks like there is a lot that is done for this, for the load TSP. I don't have toasts and I don't have error handling, error message showing on the UI currently. So difficult to make decisions about this. What I think I can do though is at minimum convert the library itself to a .NET 8 project. And then create the component library, which is going to look almost exactly like the current MVC application, .NET Framework MVC application. I think I should still be able to use the same controller, the same API controller backend. Because this does look like it's the converted code. There is an upload button. And here's upload TRN data. I just didn't see the actual upload button anywhere. Are you gonna time out? What? Or it's done. Whoops. Okay. That worked. I don't know why sample date isn't populating correctly. Site ID is incorrect. It is not parsing the file correctly. That's what's going on. Field sample number. Yeah, so it's definitely not parsing the TSP file, the AIR file. But if, and that's probably what was causing all the lag, if I chose a regular file in the format that it's expecting, which is going to be this one here, it would probably read it faster. Yeah, and it's already in the archive. So I checked the file and it's like, it already exists. In order to re-upload it, you need a file that has the number 2 at the end of it because it already exists. And then okay, cool. And did you parse correctly? No, you didn't parse correctly either. Why is flag code? Because I'm still in the TSP data. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so when we use the TRN data, which is non-air quality tests, this is water and soil. Then that parses correctly. Yeah, it does. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh dear. Okay. What are our thoughts? The error data is the thing that I'm trying to fix right now. An issue with this. Everything works the way that it's supposed to in the deployed application, except that for whatever reason, it is using the installation code as the lab code instead of the lab code as the lab code, which it should actually be getting from the file name. And so I fixed that. The problem is that I cannot rebuild it because it's still missing a reference. We don't care about the MVC ones. We only care about the .NET framework. It's missing a reference to RMAED. When all of the other database connections are there, the one that matters the most is missing. Every single other database is there. Why would RMAED not be there? So I just want to redeploy this. But I don't know how. Because I think the only thing that would be left is to replace all of these context. No, because it's also missing the connection manager too. So it's missing both the database and the Armits connection manager. It's a catch-22. Is it a catch-22? It's a rock in a hard place situation where I can either work to try to get the Armits connection manager to work, or I could update the Blazor project, and they're both going to take a similar amount of effort, I think. This is a toughie. Is it not? Okay, I'm gonna write an email, and yeah, the problem with being a solo developer is that I don't have a project manager to say, focus your efforts on this or focus your efforts on that. I do have a client that I could ask, but they probably will just be like, do what's best. So what I need to do is write an email to, let's see, the supervisor of the people that use this app. What's your name? And CC the contract manager. What's his name? And yeah, that should be enough. And then the other people that were already on the email. Okay. In fact, here's what I'm gonna do. Oh man, this email client. Oh, we got this. Oh, it's because I can't change that. Okay, whatever. Give me this. Remove you. Type it like this. Semicolon. There we go. Okay. Do that. Do that. Relatively I've included an example from a metals 35AR lot. That worked fine. You did not. That's not what this is. That isn't what you provided. Did I miss an attachment? Oh, I did miss an attachment. What even does that mean? I haven't a clue. This file worked fine? Really? Really? I don't think it did. Hello, Thindle. I finally got a verdict for what? What were you waiting for a verdict on? Were you trying to find out if you have the COVID? Microplasma with a double-sided pneumonia. Holy crap. Oh man, I remember having pneumonia with an upper respiratory infection at the same time a million years ago. That was not a pleasant experience, and I am sending you love, healing, and positive energy. I hesitate to say positive because I don't mean toxic positivity kind of energy, but just healing kind. Love. Lots and lots of love. Upload data, this one. And Snubble came in to say hi to Tyndall. So supposedly this file works. Supposedly I got logged out. Allegedly. Okay, wait, what? Wait, what? That one was using the file name and it used the last two characters to get the lab name. Okay, okay. But the actual TSP data load, the one, it's exactly the same process except that it has the is TSP true as a query string parameter. That one is trying to use each row of the file. It's trying to use the first two characters of each row of the file. How are you? And all of my wonderful friends who hang around here. So I'm struggling, but I'm going with it. I'm continuing with it. But in all honesty, I'm currently struggling quite a bit. Oh no, I need to figure out what to do about this. Actually, if you feel like lending a little bit of your mental strength, mental acuity, since you are also someone who has worked and has done a lot of stuff in the modernizing realm, here's the situation I've run into. One of our users, here's the situation. One of our users let me know that there was an issue with uploading a TSP file. And TSP in this case is particular, I don't know, is air quality data. So they were given a canister of air and they did lab analysis on it, and now they're uploading the lab results. Pretty much that entire thing that I've been trying to get set up, the import utility, this is the original application for that. So they were having an issue where it wasn't uploading correctly. That application is still a .NET Framework 4.7.2 MVC application. That's what's deployed to the server. I apparently have started work on trying to convert it to a .NET Core 2.2 a long time ago. I did some work on trying to run the upgrade assistant on it more recently, I think last August. And sometime between those two, I started work on converting it to Blazor and made some progress. And I think this was in 2021, maybe 2022. So the Blazor version is not complete. I'm going to say it's nowhere near complete. I was thinking that I could just, one more piece of information is that I found the issue right here where it's trying to read the here. I found the issue here where it's parsing the text file and processing the data from the text file. And it is trying to read the lab, as I mentioned before, as the first two characters for a given row, for each row. This is the installation code, and this is the lab code. So the thing that I was trying to read was incorrect. And also, the file name itself is the thing that has the lab code in it. But now that I saw that the sample file that she gave me was named differently, we can't rely on the file name anymore. Dagnabbit. Hold on. But here's the thing, I'm fixing it, and we're going to use our crosswalk. To see that it's always going to be the 24th through 26 characters. So this is going to be character 23, take 3. Trim. So trn row, substring, 23, 3. And then the lot is going to be 27, so 26 take 4. Okay, point is, found the issue. I fixed the issue. I'm always off by 1. Conscious and uncertain with substring. So the first number is the index and then the number of strings. Point is, here is the fix. It's fixed, but this, yeah, that was an accident. Thank you for catching that. This is the project that I need to be able to redeploy to the server with the fix. However, for whatever reason, the first thing that was happening is it was not able to find the RMA Connection Manager namespace. And so the RMA Connection Manager is from a local NuGet package. And I'll actually do it that way too, just so we can see that for sure. Oh, I love these. Edit or manage NuGet packages. And I'm going to start over. And I'm going to get rid of my local so that we can get it from the server. Oops. I need to uninstall it first. Yeah, and it wasn't, there's nothing in dependencies. Oh, there are now. Oh dear. And look at this. It's right. Wait, wrong project. There are no dependencies. Remember that this is a .NET MVC application. There's this references folder. Or .NET Framework. Did I say MVC? You know it's a .NET MVC app. It's a .NET Framework application. And so these two are the ones that are missing. But they both come from the same NuGet package. I'm on the wrong project again. We need this one. So you think. So you think. But I will try that because you are correct. I need to look at that again. The thing that I'm trying to get to, though, is the RMA Connection Manager. Just so you can see, it is only one NuGet package reference. RMA Connection Manager package. There are no other packages that are RMA Connection Manager.RMAED, RMA Connection Manager.RTRAC. They are all just from RMA Connection Manager only. Yes, I can confirm that. So output clear, and then do a NuGet restore. Restore. I don't know how to do a NuGet restore. I can do a build. That's about it. And remember that this won't use .NET. Do you have any issues with versioning in EF greater than 6.2? Shouldn't. I shouldn't. Because the thing is that this is what the app was running when I opened the project. There is nothing else. This thing has been untouched for eons. Or no, I'm in the wrong folder. Okay, so here's a really dumb one that I've actually had to do a few times. I've ended up in GAC NuGet hell. Restart Visual Studio. I have done that today, even. I've done it a couple of times. The package itself is here. And you can see that it has the two DLLs. And I do ILSpy. Do I have ILSpy installed at all? Ew. I'm going to take a quick look at these just to see if it tells me what versions of stuff. Exactly. So I told you, Thindle, this app has been untouched. The RMA connection manager is no longer in development. I have it in my NuGet feed. And the thing that's in the NuGet feed is the last versions of it that were built and used throughout all of the applications when they were .NET Framework applications. But now I have all of my individual database projects and NuGet packages that I use for .NET Core. There is, but it is it's .NET Framework 4.9, 4.8.2. I don't know why it doesn't show me. So I did try my other versions. And these are mine, by the way. I own these. Do I have any connection string information? That would be dangerous to see. Okay. I don't know what this is. All right. Okay. Okay. Good. There we go. So we can at least see the versions. Here we go. So here's the decompiled RMA connection manager. And as part of this, when I expanded this, which is using .NET Framework, dude, why can't we see it? 4.7.2, which is what this project is. And then it has all of these other referenced projects that were in this NuGet package. One of which is RMA ED, which is .NET Framework 4.7.2. and then the RMA connection manager itself. So yeah, so I was trying to decide, and I'll look at anything else. So you did recommend restarting. We'll do that first, restarting Visual Studio. We'll blame it on the GAC. I also cleared out the packages folder. The current NuGet reference, by the way, is a local reference to a downloaded copy of the NuGet package, and not one from my NuGet feed on Azure DevOps. It does say that there were assemblies it couldn't load. For RMA ED, no, for RMA Connection Manager. Okay, so here's the solution again. Warning, some assemblies could not be loaded. This might lead to incorrect decompilation of some parts. It's probably to do with Entity Framework 6, maybe, or something else that it's referencing. SQL client, maybe. Yeah, because here is the decompiled referenced assemblies. That's what I'm assuming these light blue ones are. So RMA ED. RMA context, models, and views. Afraid to open context on here because who knows what connection strings are in the actual project itself. Okay, so once again, it is actually finding the DB context itself in the NuGet package for RMAED, so there shouldn't be anything that's preventing it from building. The other thing that I can do, because these are causing so many issues, is to get rid of my other upgrade attempts so that the solution only has the .NET Framework project. And then we can clean that, which, by the way, I have done a delete bin and obj just in case. Oh, it'd be awesome if this works. It'd be so nice. Here's my bin, obj, delete. No you. And stuff. And what I'm tempted to do is just go ahead and create the .NET 8 Blazor project. Since it seems like this Blazor project has a lot of converted code, this Blazor project was done in .NET 6. Which means that it would have been a couple years ago as well. So that's why I'm hesitant to use that. Plus, it's not complete. Okay. Rebuild. Namespaces couldn't be found. However, there are no errors finding the actual namespace itself. There's an error finding the Armits Connection Manager class. I mean, it shouldn't be too difficult, Emporium guy. I've done a lot of the work already, I think. Yeah, so it's either like the thing that would be the easiest to do is to figure out why I can't get a reference to the Armits connection manager itself. And then when I was able to restore the NuGet package finally, not you. When I was able to finally get it to refresh or to restore the NuGet packages, why is it still missing the references for ARM-AED and the Armits connection manager? And there is no package manager errors. There are no package manager errors. You have anything weird in your binding redirects? I don't have any binding redirects. I don't think. I try not to think, at least. Are you just not updated yet, or did you actually resolve the symbols? Oh, okay. Let's see, web config. So yeah, they're definitely database connection strings in my web config, but you know, I wonder, because I remember doing some fixes in RTRAC before, but I kind of remember them just being database fixes. But it's also possible I did these fixes on that computer over there, and that computer is still able to build RTRAC. So I'm going to log into that. Or what are the chances that I opened up my Team Foundation version control version? I'm going to try that also. But yeah, I didn't see anything that had to do with, what did you call these bindings? Binding redirects are set to, gosh, here. I'm going to do it like this because I don't know what I'm looking for, and I think you do. So I'm going to pull this over here. I did have Git command options open, but what I meant was, in the past, in order to fix it, did I open the version that was being version controlled on Team Foundation version control? And that's how I was able to build. Okay, so runtime assembly binding. Have a bunch there, and we're looking for ones for ARMA. Yeah, there's nothing in here at all for the ARMA connection manager. Okay. Control Z, close you. Okay, what do you say? What do you say? Can I build you? And if I can I have your NuGet package? I built this city on the wrong damn road. Thank you, Nerd Herder. Okay. I'm gonna steal the RTRAC from the other computer. Gendo, you've been amazing. Thank you so much. Isn't it fun how, like, you're going through troubleshooting with someone or you're talking through an issue with them, and then whatever they say just happens to be the right thing to say to get you to think about something else? Like, it's not exactly what they were saying the issue could be, but just by talking it out with someone that knows how to look through these things, you just get that, what if this? What if that? So I greatly appreciate your time, Vindel. That was amazing, especially being sick and all. That was super cool of you. Would there be anything in the solution file? I guess since I already deleted the projects from the solution anyway, I can go ahead and grab the solution file too. Rubbery ducky debugging, but I love I can't even say it. Rubbery ducky debugging. Yeah, it's what actually helps, rubber ducking. Going through the issue from the start of it all. Yeah, but I've done that like 3 times now, and it was only because of the things that you pointed out that my brain started thinking about these other things and stuff. Okay, I'm gonna delete you, and you, which means that I'm gonna have to refix the thing. Bye. Can you guess what I deleted? Oh, crap. I even deleted, dang it, one that I did not mean to delete, but whatever. So I'm a good rubber duck? You're better than a good rubber duck. You're the best rubber duck. So then do the scan. Microsoft says a security scan is required. So do it. Nobody cares. Why is copying over taking so much longer than deleting? Yeah, there's so much to this app that needs to change. Like, every single file that gets uploaded is now getting stored on the server. So even if the file isn't used, why copying is so much slower than deleting? Especially, you know, copying over from a network location. Why is that taking so much longer than just deleting the contents of a folder? Ow. Oh, jeez, and it did this thing. About 10 seconds. per file, maybe? There's the RMA connection manager. There it is. Thank you, Tyron. Oh, I love that sound so much. It goes, nah, I'm taking a break. Oh, come on. Why is the number going up? I know the technical reason, but it's still annoying. About 10 minutes later, about 10 seconds left. 30 seconds left. We're done. I don't think it knows how to tell time. Uh-huh. Yes? Okay. Does anyone else remember installing Windows 95? I do. I saw another shirt that had to, oh, are you resolving the symbols? I saw another shirt that had to do with, yes. Sorry, I'm interrupting myself. I write software, not fix computers. But anyway, when I was a kid, back in the day, I was, of course, as all of you were, the go-to kid for helping with computer issues. Awesome. Okay, it worked. Data controller. RTRAC upload. TSP is true. Process TSP data. Instead of being row substring that, what did we find out it was? It's 23 for 3 characters. 23 characters. And 26 4 characters. But yeah, so there was always a uninstall, reinstall. Chris Funk from YouTube says yes, from floppy disks even. I think it was around 30 of them. 45 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining. 15 minutes remaining. 1.5 hours remaining. 5 minutes remaining. So true. Tyrant says, oh man, I miss range operators already. I haven't seen substring in ages. Thank you, .NET Framework. Okay, this should be the only fix that we needed to do to fix the issue. I'm gonna see if I can run this. It ran. It ran as HTTP though. Can you run as HTTPS? How do I set whether it runs as HTTP or HTTPS? Two lines. 2 lines. I changed this and this, or I guess the parameters for the substring for oh, I did that backwards. Why are you backwards? Who members GACHEL? Then no members GACHEL. Oh wow, it actually ran. Does hot reload work with .NET Framework projects? I guess we're gonna find out. How are you running in HTTP and letting me do stuff? What Anyway, so the answer was use a computer that previously built the application and pull that into your repo. Obviously. Oh my gosh. All right. What do we say? Hot. Oh, I suddenly forgot to reload. Yes, I do hot. Right, here's the file. Load TSP data. Yeah, okay, so it didn't hot reload. This is the lot number, and it actually did the right part of the text file, the substring, but that just means that I actually have to stop and restart. Does anyone know how to stop and restart an IIS Express application? Where are you? There you are. I'm kidding. I do know how. I know you know how. Stop site. Control F5. Oh, could I really have just rerun it? Yeah, it's in your taskbar. Nobody used to run these with Control F5. Yeah, the server is stopped, but it didn't restart the server. Whatever. I'm doing full debug. Just work with me here. Something's gonna work. Do you remember back in the day, I used to deploy my debug DLL? Gosh. The sins of the past will come to haunt you. Oh, we're almost done though. I have a good feeling about this. Here we go. Here we go. You can pick your files, you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your files as noses. Null reference exception. Null reference exception. How long has it been since I've had a null reference exception? No, this is Delhi table. I don't know what you guys are seeing. Okay, point is, I have something that I can work with now. Delhi table is not getting set anywhere. What are you even? What are you even? So as I guess I should say that. As I mentioned at the top of the stream, I have never ever seen this process run since the time that I have been working here. Like, this is the end of my workday. I do want to stop the stream because I don't want to use up all of my hours. Yeah, I should definitely do the string.equals. Thank you. I love that you're using two lower dot equals instead of string.equals, maybe. I mean, that's kind of backhanded, underhanded dig. You could have said it in a not as mean way, but yes, I did used to do string dot two lower all the time, even though I am doing a dot equals here. I did a lot of things wrong all the time. Well, I guess I am easily biteable right now. I already felt really bad about the thing that I did earlier. But yes, string dot equals is what I should have done here. Deletable, comma. Actually, you know what? Won't this even fix the issue that I'm having? Because null is not going to equal false, ignore case. The thing that I need to find out though is I don't think you can use null coalescing, or I don't think the null coalescing operator existed when I was writing this. So you can't fault me for that. But yeah, I definitely do know to use string.equals. String comparison, current culture, ignore case. What I really need to find out though is whether deletable should have been set by now. And that's what we would go through right now, by the way, if I wasn't at the end of my workday. Whoa, that did hot reload. Did you see that? That just did a hot reload. So yeah, we would go through the Java code to figure out what the logic is actually supposed to be here, find out what I mistranslated when I was pulling the code over from Java to C#. Yeah, did it hot reload on stream? I could have sworn. I'm gonna push F10 and find out. That would fix this issue. It did. It hot reloaded. So Tyrant's suggestion for changing this to string.equals, just because it's how it should have been done in the first place anyway, is to fix this and we're able to continue on. So we do get to test the rest of the logic, and it says data format error. Okay, so my thoughts are that the parser for the TRNs is, for the TSP file specifically, is not written correctly. So what I'm going to do from here, just so that you know, and I'll catch up on chat after I'm done explaining this, because there's been a lot, is I'm going to go into the original file, original code, and I'm going to do this tomorrow morning, provided I don't distract myself. The original Java code for this process, find out what it's doing with all of the parsing, and when it's error data, how is it getting the file name? Is the dela table, like, do we even see dela table in here? I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be deletable, but I like saying dela table. Yeah, it's got to be in this search submit TRNs file though. Like, what even? The current user does not have... This isn't something that I would have written though. This is the thing. Here, upload servlet 2. I remember this file. I remember this file. Here it is. Oh my gosh. This file. I hate this file. I hate this file with a passion. Dela table. There we are. So dela table is set here. It's not set. It's not set. It's... Oh, it is set. Okay, so dela table is set for return value. So this is supposed to be a query string parameter of return value. Already lost it. So we did it anyway. There we go. Okay, but point is, I'm going to be looking through this to find out when the return value was set, which would have been in the actual load TSP page. We would have seen it up here. And yeah, find out where that got dropped. But this entire TSP process, the process of uploading air data, I have never seen happen once while I've been maintaining these applications. Everything has been soil and water samples, and that process is the regular TRN upload. And apparently, I mean, it's supposed to be this exact same method that gets called for the regular TRN upload with is error set to false. So whatever happened where I was extracting the code and saying, here's the regular process versus here is error data, I separated it. Even though it's the same code, it's just, it was really ugly to have to keep seeing if this is error data, then follow this path, otherwise follow this path. If it's not compare, then do these things. It's like, it doesn't make sense to have all of these branches in the same method. Break out those branches into their own methods. Look at how deep these if statements go. So anyway, point is that I just didn't transcribe the error data very well. Yeah. And then here's all of the cool. Here's the text parser. Question is this the same parser for error data as well? Because it kind of seems like the file is in a similar format as regular TRNs. Yeah. So I wrote that down here. Oops, except that I didn't actually capture the del table variable name. It is absolutely relevant. You did catch it. You are keen. You are. You caught it. Actually, this is not. Oh my gosh, I'm reading this so wrong because I'm trying to end the stream. But this is actually another stored procedure call that says check delete. This is not a query string parameter called return value. Yes, absolutely, completely solo. I'll tell you that in a second. Oh gosh. Yuck. If delete. Yeah, so here I think we're supposed to do a lookup first to see if it is deletable. So we're doing this if del, wherever that was, but inside of the del, we need to do this check for if deletable. Which is this right here. So deletable is actually del. Which means that this is just the else case. I keep doing that, dang it. It's wanting to reformat to the current 4 space tabs, stuff on a new line kind of thing. Okay. Point is that this line here was just, oh gosh. We'll reformat this whole thing. Okay, I'm going to stop here because I'm just going to keep tweaking things, but I'm pretty sure that this is the logic that is written here. Do a query to the database using stored procedure, check delete for that lab and lot and file name. Except that it's specifically check delete error. Which is not even in here. Whatever. Point is, it's going to be check delete for that lab and lot and file name. To do verify this logic. I want to tell it to reformat, but all of the other files in this project are formatted the same, and I would only want to do that if I'm doing it to all of them. Plus, I only want to see the changes that I'm making now that are not white space changes. Otherwise, I would only get back white space changes. Oh, you're not suggesting it. I only read Control KD. Sorry. I'll read chat. I'll catch up to chat and fix that part. But yes. So we're checking to see if this lab lot can be deleted from air. If delete, then do this. Otherwise, do this. The deletable is actually not used in the TSP delete process. We're good. So from here, I'm going to review the process that happens when you click on the load TSP data button all the way through. Make sure it's reading the file correctly, because it looked like it was getting some format errors. And there is some email. Okay, so what I'm going to do though now is read chat, catch up with you guys, find out what I missed and what I was misinterpreting. Okay, Zons was asking me if I'm a solo dev at the company. Hi Zons, first of all. Yes, I am. I used to work for a contractor, a consulting company for the same people. So the consulting company was hired by them a long time ago, or I don't know how long ago, a while ago. And then that consulting company hired me, so I was just one of the devs at the consulting company. The thing is that I was the only developer who came from a software development background. When I got there, the other person that was doing software development was doing help desk just before I got there. They're a very smart person, but they didn't have any software development experience ever. But they did catch on. They were helping with this. And then I, along with them, converted all of the applications from whatever language they were in, VB6 or Java, to .NET. So the VB6 apps went to VB.NET WinForms. All of these using .NET Framework, whatever was up to date at the time. And then all of the Java apps went to .NET MVC applications, as you see here. This is one of the original converted apps, not converted to Blazor yet. I hadn't gotten the chance to do that. And so I converted all of the applications, and I don't know if you saw this screen here, but this is the one that shows us what applications existed when I got here. So these are the web applications that I converted from Java to .NET. And then after I converted all of the apps, and it took me about a year to do every single one of them, I started learning Blazor because Blazor was just coming out. We had a few applications that would be perfect for Blazor, and now I see everything is perfect to be used with Blazor, just because everything looks like a nail, and Blazor is my hammer. So I think I said that backwards, but whatever, you know what I mean. So I did a whole bunch of Blazor conversions to all of the apps. This is one that I didn't get to before situations happened at work that made me not want to be part of that company anymore that they hired. It wasn't the people that we were working for as the prime contractor. It was the company that was the consulting company that there were a lot of stuff that wasn't going the way it should have. And then I eventually moved to another company, worked at that company for a while. That was an even worse experience. It was a good experience because I hadn't worked on a team before, but it was not a great experience because I don't think that was very representative of what working on a team is normally like or should be like. It was pretty bad. Or working with a client as well, directly interfacing with the client like that. So anyway, the point is, I was able to get a direct contract through my company, Automated Realms, with the prime contractor. So they're not the same employer that I had before, because the employer I had before was a consulting firm. And it was actually Army who owned the contract at the time that they hired that company. So I'm even working for a different company than the one that was the prime contractor that hired the original company. I'm working directly for the people that use these apps, essentially. And I'm doing it all by myself. It's nice. Okay, that's my story about that. I'm going to scroll up a bit further to where Snobble was talking, because I'm pretty sure it was when Snobble was talking that I lost track of the conversation, which is way up here. So Thindle was asking if we remember GAC Hell. Snobble said to Thindle, we remember GAC, but who remembers the Git, G-I-T? I don't know what the G-I-T is, if you want to type out what that is, if you didn't later. And then Thindle said to Snobble CVS, which is a chain of stores in the US that's kind of like Walgreens. Thindle said, or Tyron said that he loves the way that I was using .toLower.equals instead, and I did that everywhere. I don't think that I really used string.equals until .NET Core 6, maybe? I say .NET Core 6 just to disambiguate, because I was saying .NET Framework 4.6 and EF Core 6, or EF Entity Framework 6. So anyway, we all know it's just .NET 6. And you can tell it to be case insensitive. And then global interface table is what Snobble defined it as. And then Thindle said, can I ask a knowledge opinion? Yes. If I asked you a question, I must have missed it. Do you need a cookie consent form if you're only using Google Analytics? I don't know. I'd have to look that up. Tyron said, oh, sorry, I wasn't trying to be mean. Oh, yeah. And we talked about that. I used to do that too. It's great that we learn and grow. Absolutely. But I mean, like, my growth, I started doing .NET Framework stuff. I started doing ASP Classic stuff in around 2009. .NET Framework, .NET 2, ASP.NET 2, whatever you want to call it, ASP 2.0 in 2013, and Blazor starting in 2018, of course. But it wasn't until about 2020, 2021 that I started really using string.equals regularly. So yeah, I'm behind the curve. And Dukasoft wants to remember string.equals. Tyron said, dude, if we code review my stuff from years ago, we'd all cringe at that too. This was only 5 years ago, though. Maybe even 3 years ago. That means we can measure our growth. True, though. That's a good way of looking at it. Snobble said to Thindle, the legal I talk to says you don't need cookie banner for cookies such as your session cookie, but for non-required cookies such as analytics, you need it. So I think Snubble is telling you, yes, if the only thing you're using is Google Analytics, you do need the cookie banner. Dukasoft said, cringe is good. Gotcha. Cringe is good. Gotcha. Findle said to Tyron, I code review myself in public all the time. I think the cringe is why people come by to watch. I thought that I would be okay with doing code reviews, but what happened today, the thing that caught me off guard was feeling completely decimating my own image of myself with just the not good stuff that was on the screen that wasn't just copy and pasted code over. It was a decision I actively made, and then I kept running from there, and it was not a good place for me to go. It was a bad direction, and it took me a bit to recover from it. I'm still struggling with it, but I will keep an eye on it, be mindful of it, probably do some meditation after we're done here. Then Tyron said, oof, I feel bad now. Please don't feel bad. I'm sorry that I made you feel bad. Did it do a hot reload on stream? I read that one. Bindle said to Snubble, I know that you don't need consent for essential cookies, even if they're saved. If they're needed for the functionality of your site, you can just dump them. If it's anything non-necessary but nice to have, you always need it. So, I mean, would you be able to argue in a legal case that your Google Analytics were necessary functional code cookies? And I would imagine that you wouldn't be able to. So I think Snubble's point still sticks. For example, storing a user store basket in a persistent cookie, fine without warning. Storing the user's product view history, not okay without warning. Yeah. Snubble said, that is like the guy that caught a meteor strike on security camera the other day? Was there another word before you expanded on that, which is you're referring to hot reload and seeing it happen on stream? Someone recorded hot reload on stream. Dukasoft was saying to Thindle, will that change if you store it in local storage instead of a cookie? And Thindle said, you do get past to bash your face in the keyboard issue today. That's a huge one. But I totally cheated. I didn't find the root cause nor the fix. All I did was took an existing computer's copy of the project and copied it over. bin and optional in packages folder is the most important thing. Thindle said, storing it in any way that you can retrieve is a no-no. So not even a persistent cookie pointing to a server table list. Okay, thank you for the clarification. And then Dukesoft said, I'll store it in the back of my head then. Good luck finding it there. Oh, because Thindle did say no difference earlier. My bad. I skipped some. And then a thank you, says Dukesoft. Thindle said, the issue for me is how much is analytics technically saving, and can I somehow set it in a compliant mode where it only saves things that aren't against the law? So apparently anything that is not towards the functionality of your application is without consent is against the law. Store someone visited, not someone visited, and they've been at X site before. Yeah, is that needed for the functionality of your application? Is the question to ask. So user error, used untested methods, system exploded. But the thing is, I'm assuming that they have had air quality data or air canisters sent to the lab before and had them do air quality testing. But that would have been when these applications were Java applications hosted on premise on Apache servers. Yeah. And then you saw the deletable. Definitely. Even better, it did a rs.next. Yeah, so result set.next. So that means top logic works on one record exactly. Then it reads deletable from the next record. Wait, that's bad. You've got a query then. .next just reads the first. Yes. All right, Tyrant says, if it auto formats, I think pressing Control Z once will undo the auto formats. Yes, correct. Yeah, and I had been doing that the whole time. It was just, I wasn't sure where I wanted to put the line of code that I was moving around. So instead of needing to undo all of the reformats, I don't know. You know what I'm trying to get to. And then I believe you're right, says Dindle, and I believe both of you are right. At least it does if you tell it to autocomplete KD. True, does too. And you weren't suggesting to do Control KD, you were just talking about it and saying that you can undo it if you push Control KD. Got it. I got the plot. All right. And then Tyron said, I'm saying if you copy pasta and it tries to auto format that block, then Control Z to undo the auto format portion of it. Yes. Thank you. Good luck. Ketchup on chat. I love ketchup. Let's put some more ketchup on chat. Better than mayonnaise, chat. I used to eat mayo bread, which is a slice of white bread with some mayo on it, squished up like this, dunked in milk. And I stopped drinking milk though. So I don't really do the mayo bread anymore because it doesn't taste good with silk or anything else really. Read chat. This is going to take a while. Reading chat for now. 10 seconds left. It's hilarious. We're in the ending screen. Can't see what you're showing. I was showing something. I was showing the applications. Here's the apps list. When I was telling Zons about the history, here are all of the applications that were converted from JSP. See here, JSP pages, specifically the upload, the RTRAC upload page is going to be the one that I need to have open. And then this is where we're looking for that TSP parameter. Okay, so there you go. My bag. Gosh, at least what I should have done is stopped my work timer because I am not doing work right now. Of course. FreshBooks is suddenly asking me for an auth code. I mean, I'll continue reading chat as long as you keep putting chat in there. It's just eating into my music playing time. Nothing major. Playing with music time? Okay. I need to unwind. I guess I'll figure out how many minutes I've spent doing chat. But I'm gonna guess how much time. And then pause the timer there. Okay. That's cool. So if something happens, you're the guy to go to. I mean, I'm the only guy. But it's always been like that though. I mean, I kind of put myself in a position where I am someone that if you come and ask them about an issue that you're having, I will look into that issue in any of my jobs, any of my roles. So if it was human resources and it was hiring and reading and rating resumes and they had an actual question about how to interpret some regulation or whatever, I would look into it. I would do the research for it. And so I've always been the type of person that if you ask a question, I will try to give you an answer. As you can tell from streaming, that has changed a little bit, where now I take a little bit more time to be like, is this something that I do have knowledge of right now? If not, is this something that would require a lot of research, and it would take just as much research for whoever is asking the question to look it up as well as for me to look it up? If so, then make recommendations for here are some other people that might be able to help you that might have the knowledge off the top of your head, or here are some resources you could go to. This is how I would search for it, but I don't know the answer. Instead of actually going through process of finding the answer. But I do that on Fridays though, but not during regular streams anymore. Big Gamey was waving. He came off a lurk and was saying bye. I was rushing to get my goodbye because someone said 10 seconds left. Shout out to Clayman. Don't worry, still 10 seconds left. We know what GAC is. GAC was, so I'm going to read it out anyway. GAC is the Global Assembly Cache. It was NuGet, local NuGet for versioning of assemblies, and it worked pretty great until it didn't. When it didn't, it exploded something fierce, especially if you cleared your GAC and you didn't have references to the original DLLs and assemblies. Couldn't get them back. I think ASP was on 3.5 in 2013. Yeah, but I was still just learning .NET, ASP.NET stuff. .NET 2, ASP.NET 2 was in 2004 to 2005. Yeah, but I'm still telling you what my path was. Regular ASP Classic until about, or starting in about 2009, because that's what the the people that were managing our web applications were using, and I went to do a temporary job with them. I was trying to get them to use .asp.net or not ASP Classic, and that was stirring some issues, and yeah, that just made my time there a little bit harder. So then it wasn't until 2013 that I started using more modern, still old, but more modern code. Migrating equals code review, getting over your old stuff and thinking, what was I thinking? Just took it from another system. If it's stupid but it works, it's not stupid. I've heard that way too many times. I don't necessarily agree with it, but that's okay. Master Rat says, what the heck is JSP? Ah, the end screen. Bad timing on my question. Never mind. Have a great evening. JSP is Java Servlet Pages. It's pretty much Razor syntax, kind of, for Java, where you have Java code interspersed with your HTML markup. I think it's something Java, might be server related, and something about pages. You almost had the entire acronym there, Dukasoft. I got a really good compliment a bit ago. Someone told me I should write more bugs because I always learn tons when we pair program to fix it. That's terrible. Big Gamey responded to Master Rat about the ending screen. It's okay. He might be on it for a while yet. Notice I'm reading slower because I'm getting close to the bottom. Then Master Rat said to Thindle, maybe plan pair programming sessions on medium complex tasks instead of wanting bugs. Ouch. But yeah, pair programming is great. That's pair programming, lols, and that's the end of chat. Okay. Thank you all so much for your time. Thanks for being amazing. I appreciate you being here. I had a lot of fun with you. Thindle, thank you so much for the ideas and directions that you were pointing out. Tyron, thank you so much for the short, quick things that you pointed out because they were really helpful as well. 10 seconds left. Close. Le fin. Thanks for the stream. Looking forward to the next one. It'll be tomorrow during my normal stream time. I plan on doing a regular stream tomorrow, and it looks like we're going to have regular streams next week as well. So we'll have Community Day on Friday, and then Workday stream after Community Day, and then Monday, Wednesday, Friday of the week after, with Monday also being a music stream Monday on the One Lion Creative channel. So I think it's going to be a normal week, or a casual week, I guess, next week with no weirdness. Did I hear 24-hour streams? Yes, just not from me. And if you go onto twitch.tv and you click on different streams, even when one ends, you could start another one, which means you have a 24-hour stream the whole time. Unlimited 24-hour streams everywhere. Okay. Anyway, enjoy Mind Blown. Enjoy the rest of your day. I hope to see you again sometime, whenever you happen to be around again. It'd be lovely to see your beautiful faces. Enjoy. All the videos get posted to YouTube, blah, 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 blah. We're heading over to John. Mature audiences only.